ढाई बजे वही एक लोग सब कंटिन्यूअस नहीं होती है 2:30 बजे तो ये बजे किलोमीटर 2:30 बजे
Hello, Umesh, am I audible? Umesh, so Umesh, am I audible? Umesh, hello Umesh, am I audible? Umesh, am I audible? हाँ,
आता बोल रहे. हॅलो 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 स्वप्नील
उमेश यायलाय. ओके.
यायलंय ना. हा ठीक आहे. आता यूट्यूब लिंक देतो. यूट्यूब लिंक शेअर करू.
नहीं आपने टाइम नहीं दिया, आप टाइम दीजिए उसके बाद जब हम
हा
लोग
पाठवतो थांब. यूट्यूब लिंक शेअर करू. थांब थांब. हॅलो हा बोला. करतो करतो करतो.
Zoom provider. Can you just give me can you give me
संभव नहीं है सर आपसे हमारे साथ आकर पता नहीं के पकड़ ठीक है पंगा सब लिखते हैं वो
8422?
Hello. Hello. Okay.
Very good morning to one and all. Respected speakers, Dr. Vivek, Dr. Mansi, and Dr. Manpreet. We welcome you all today for the Integrated Symposium on Integrated Teaching in Physiology. I hope I'm audible. Can anybody type in text if I'm audible or no, so that we can start the session?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So, good morning, everyone. To formally start the function, I invite our HOD of the department, Dr. Parvati Patil, Madam, to welcome everyone. A very good morning. Hope I'm audible.
Yes, madam.
Okay. A very good morning to all the resource persons, Dr. Vivek Kumar Sharma, Professor HOD, Department of Physiology, AIMS Rajkot, Dr. Mansi Bhattacharjee, Dean Academics, Professor HOD, Department of Physiology, AIMS Guwahati, and Dr. Manpreet Kaur, Professor of Physiology, Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safarjung Hospital, New Delhi. At the outset, I would like to welcome all our resource persons and all the delegates who have joined online for the most interesting topic. Although the guidelines to start an integrated teaching was way back in 2019, but seeing the delegate admission to the Zoom link, yet we are yet far behind, or yet we need some hand holding in how to effectively conduct. So that's why we thought about a symposium on integrated teaching in physiology. So the curriculum is towards an integrated approach, but to explore the various tools to integrate the physiological systems and make the teaching more effectively to the students, we thought this could be a good topic for our online symposium. So I welcome all the guest speakers who are quite well ahead in this part of integrated teaching. Before we start the sessions, I'm also pleased to inform all our APPI members and all other members that we are pleased to inform that we are hosting the 71st National Conference of APICON at Kaher's Jawaharlal Nehru Medical College from 28th to 1st November this year. The theme we have aptly chosen is the role of physiologists and pharmacologists in fit and healthy India. So by end of the first week of March, we'll be rolling out our website for all the future correspondence. So with this short, brief introduction, I request all the speakers to switch on their video mode on the screen. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Very good morning, madam. Good morning to all the
Good morning, madam.
candidates.
Good morning, Dr. Mansi, madam, and Dr. Manpreet, madam. It's our pleasure to have you in solving yet our difficulties. Although we have started with integrated physiology, but yet we need certain more guidance as to how to go about it effectively.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'll hand over the session to our moderators, Dr. Sheetal Patan Shetty, Professor and HOD, Department of Anatomy, and Dr. Seema, Associate Professor from Department of Physiology, to conduct the symposium.
Hello everyone and respected chairpersons. My name is Dr. Sheetal Patan Shetty. I'm professor and head Department of Anatomy, JN Medical College, Kahir.
Good morning, sir, and good morning, madams. Myself, Dr. Seema. I'm Associate Professor, Department of Physiology. Now, I would like to introduce our first guest speaker for today's symposium, Dr. Vivek Kumar Sharma, sir. Is has been already told, he is Professor and Head Department of Physiology at AIIMS Rajkot. Sir has about 25 years of teaching experience and experience in research in medical physiology. His fields of interest include neurophysiology and lifestyle modification interventions in non-communicable disorders. Sir has been honored with many awards. To name important one, Best National Teacher and Educator Award in Physiology in 2024 at Epicon, Chennai. Sir is a resource person and guest speaker in more than 150 international national conferences as well as workshops. And sir has guided many PhD and MD students. He has 68 research papers in peer-reviewed high-impact journals. Thank you, sir, for accepting our invitation. And now, sir will be talking about his topic on novel methodologies for medical student teaching in Indian scenarios. So now you can start your sessions.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for a kind introduction. Please tell me when the screen is shared. Please inform me.
Yes, sir, you can start, sir.
You can share.
Am I visible now? Means my
Yes, sir. Yes, you are visible.
1 second. I'll put it on the. Is my slide visible now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll start a bit of the topic. Novel methodologies for teaching Indian medical students. Means I want to be very specific about my topic, the problems the challenges that we are facing while teaching our medical students. So I had made a preview about many of the things that what can I talk today. So I thought that I can talk a bit of the AI softwares that are freely available and can be used for the research tools in the MBBS periods and as well as for the faculty members. Bit of the idea because we usually know about the chat GPT only. We usually talk about the chat GPT, but what is AI software tools that we can use in our teaching period? And especially for the research, for the ICMR tools and etc. that we can use it to utilize it. And the and one of the things that we are implementing over here in AIIMS Rajkot is higher order clinical skills training by making of the dynamic models by the students and the assessment of the early clinical exposure. We all have a mandate to do the ECE, early clinical exposure, to the MBBS students. But how to make it assessment? Because we know if we are not assessing anything, the usually the students are not interested in doing the things. How to make it more interesting, make it more lively, and also a very little bit about the peer assisted learning, a project that we are doing it over here. So these are the major outlines of the talk that I'm going to talk today. So this is my first period. First thing that I will say, just a minute. Yes. Our artificial intelligence in medical research for the first year MBBS students, and of course, introduction to a few of the faculty members who are still learning about what is AI. So we know that AI is something that we all need to be very much aware of while teaching the medical students. And first year medical students are also asked, we ask them to prepare for the ICMR, STS projects, and the guides can also use the AI tools to streamline their research workflow. So free AI tools, I will compile it out. That's something that we can use it out for teaching to our medical students is how to do the literature review, how to do research writing, data analysis, citation management, and plagiarism checking. The first part, the literature review, is one of the most time-consuming thing that we have to go through a plethora of a huge number of the articles to find out about the literature relevant. It involves searching for the relevant research papers, analyzing their findings, and understanding the existing knowledge in the field. And also, traditionally, we used to do the manual browsing of all the research databases. We used to go to libraries where we used to read hundreds and hundreds of abstracts, and then we used to zero down to identify the key studies. And we used to, then it was very overwhelming for nearly all of us because many of the students are doing it for the first time in their life. For them, it is extremely overwhelming. But so by AI tools, it has become much faster, more efficient, and more comprehensive, the search of the things. The few of the tools that we can utilize it over here that I will talk today are, the first is the connected papers. These are the free softwares that we can utilize even for the teaching that should be known now, even to the medical faculty and to our students. Although there are many more things that are also aware, because it is something that the field is very much open. I'm also learning every day, and we are all are learning. So I'll give you a preview that what we are doing it right now that can be utilized even now by the every student who is preparing for the STS projects. Connected papers. It provides the visual mapping of the research papers that are related to a given topic. It gives the network of the graph, something like this, network of the graph with the main paper. It tells about the how the different studies are connected. It helps us to identifying the key research papers and understanding the evolution of a topic over a period of time. Like if I see it over here, it will tell me when my paper was published, and from there till today, how many papers are linked to it, what are the papers that we can link to. If I want to study further, I can go previously or to the post line. So it gives us also the timeline. So for that, we have to simply go to the website called as Connected Papers, and we type in over here. So it gives me the choice to for five journals or articles from where I can search my title. So for this, for example, I am using over here PubMed. So this is one of the articles that we have just now published a few days back. So it is when I type this title right now in the same connected papers, so it gives me this whole preview. These are the papers which are there. These are the link of the papers. These are not the citations, but these are the links of the papers. The papers which are can be there and the papers which can be linked, or a person should know about all the topics, relevant topics that other people in other part of the world are also doing the same thing. It may be related to COVID-19 or to the heartfulness meditation or to the other paraphernalias. It also gives me the choice of prior works and the derivative works. Prior works give me the complete list of the works that have been done prior to my work, and from India and from abroad. It will give me a whole list of all the works from the title that I have chosen. And derivative works, it is very important. It also gives me the derivation of what I am doing it over here, how it is being utilized all over the world, and how it can be further utilized, or how we can improvise our next thesis or next STS project submission. So in this way, it is one of the previous papers that we have published. If I see to it even today, means if this paper was published in 2006, it was also one of mine papers. So I can see it over here. In this paper now, there are many, the citations have been increased and the linkings are over here that it has been seen and it has been read all over the world. And then I can click on to I can click on to any of these dots, and the dot will take me to that paper, and in that way I can read it out. In that way, I will be able to further modify what it is being done. For example, neurocognitive functions, now it is being taught is a totally different way what it was done when I was doing the PG or thesis when I was submitting. So like that, I can find out all the list of the works that been done all over the world. Second tool that I can utilize right now, one of the tools is connected papers. Second tool that I can utilize is Research Rabbits. Research Rabbit is a AI-powered research discovery tool. It provides a more comprehensive and finds and gives me the experience. It also gives me the create a research collection as we add papers. It suggests new ones related to our topic. Similar to what I just shown you, it can be seen over here. It also gives me the choices. These are the topics or the titles that I should also read out. So it keeps learning from our selections, making future recommendations even more relevant. And it gives us the share our research collections with our colleagues or mentors. Means our with our teachers and with fellow colleagues also I can share these connections, and that can also be iconed also over here. It can be visualized. So it gives me many things. So it will help us to save the time. It will be it will improve the accuracy about the articles that I'm searching, and also it enhances the organization of all the tools. These tools help organize and visualize research papers for better understanding. Can identify relevant papers quickly, stay updated, will not replace critical thinking. It is important to know that it is only a tool for helping us, but it will not be able to replace our mental acumen. So we should always be updated about it when we are searching, that it is only a tool which will help us to take the decisions better. So it will not replace the critical reading and analysis, but will help us to find, organize, and prioritize key papers efficiently, because many of the students who are doing especially the thesis, or when they are even for the STS projects, for they struggle for all the things while doing the literature review, like formulating ideas, summarizing findings, and ensuring the grammatical accuracy, improve the overall quality of these research papers in all these factors and in all these combinations. So AI utilize, if I know about for the second part, that is the writing and the drafting. This is one thing which I said in the introduction. ChatGPT we all know, but another software that we can also utilize in one of the ways is also Quillbot. Quillbot, now many other articles are also there that can also help us out. But these are the two things that I utilize it usually if we are only drafting anything, or when we summarize any data, or when we improve the text of the structured data only. So ChatGPT can be utilized, or the Quillbot can be there. Quillbot basically it specializes while we are doing the paraphrasing and summarizing the text to improve clarity and readability. It helps us to formulate ideas effectively and improve the quality of the academic writing. So these two softwares can be just to start with, these two softwares can be utilized even for the writing and drafting of the papers, whatever we are doing it over here. So it's as we know about it, that it's an AI powered language model tool that can be utilized. It helps us to generate the outline, summarize key findings, suggest alternative phrasing, generate the sample abstracts, introductions, and conclusions. So it is important to fact check and refine, as I told earlier. It is only a tool for us. It should not be the thing that governs us, what we are writing. So we should do the fact check and refine the generated content so that we utilize it further for while our writing is there. Second software that we can utilize also is Quillbot. Quillbot is a powerful paraphrasing and summarization tool that improves research writing. It helps by enhancing the sentence clarity and readability, avoiding redundant or complex wording, summarization of the large sections into concise key points, checking for the grammatical errors, concise, professionals, and plagiarism free. So why should we utilize it for the research writing? Because it definitely saves time. With a click of the button, we can complete nearly most of the paraphrasing and as well as the content that we want to do it. It improves the readability because it removes the grammatical errors and it ensures the accuracy and as well as the content refinement can also be done. Then third step is the reference management and the citation. Once we have written it, we want to reference it out. Now here the many of the students struggle desperately. Even when we were faculty, when we were earlier period in the faculty period, I used to struggle a lot while doing the referencing. So the tools that we utilized it at that time also, it was Zotero and Mandelo. But now these are also AI powered. Earlier they were not AI powered. They were doing it only physically, that we can utilize some sort of manual reduction can be there. Now it is completely replaced. So it's an open source reference manager that helps collect, organize, and format citations. Mendeley is it provides the recommendations and organizes references efficiently. So these tools can be utilized to ensure the accuracy in referencing and simplify bibliography management. So in this way, I think in 2015, I made one presentation on this Zotero when it was just introduced in India. So in that we talked about how the Zotero can be utilized. Now further thing is with the introduction of AI, the tools have become much easier. They can be further utilized by all the students even by the click of the button, and these things can be utilized by even our students now. So key features are like it automatically extracts citation details from the research papers, organizes references into folders based on the research topics, supports multiple citation types. Now, this is where we all struggle. We don't know what is Vancouver styling, what are the different stylings. All the articles will say that we would like to say, for example, APA or MLA type of styling. What the stylings are there? Physically, we used to take a lot of time to maneuver it according to the style of the paper where we are submitting it. So this can be done with a click of the button over here. It integrates with the MS Word and Google Docs for easy citation insertion. So it can be considered as one of the ideal, simple, and effective reference management system tools. Second is Mendeley. It provides the additional collaboration features. It provides the features that we can collaborate with our colleagues. It suggests related research papers based on your reading history, allows PDF annotation and highlighting for quick referencing. It enables the researchers to collaborate and share the references, supports automatic citation generation and integration with MS Word. So the more of these softwares when we use them together, the more of the utility we can utilize. Again, I have told like earlier also, these tools are again still evolving. So once we scroll it now, or once we do it after a year or so, many of the things would have changed or would have improvised. So this saves time, ensures accuracy, and enhances organization of the reference management. Next is the tool that we can utilize for the data generation, data analysis, and the statistical tools. The two common tools that we can think of can be JASP and the Orange. So JASP is an alternative, can be utilized even because if you talk about SPSS, it may be tedious for many of the faculty members also, especially for the students, for statistical analysis, for supporting t-tests, ANOVA, and the regression analysis. So this JAS can be utilized. It can be considered as one of the AI tools that can help us can be one of the alternatives for SPSS. Other tool can be Orange. So it is there for the easy data interpretation. It simplifies statistical calculations and enhances the data analysis capabilities. So both these tools can be there for the AI-assisted statistical analysis. So JASP is a free open source alternative to SPSS. It will help us through all the things that are shown over here: t-test, ANOVA, regression, and Bayesian analysis, and provides the interactive data visualization and with a drag and drop. This we know about it. No need for the coding knowing, as we know about it that we should know the basics of the coding when we are doing it, even on the SPSS. Generates the automatic reports for the research documentation, so it is very easy for a medical student and for doing the accurate statistical analysis. Orange can be another software. It is again a software that is AI based. So it has the drag and drop workflow, interactive data visualization, predictive modeling and clustering, and the AI driven insights and visual analytics. So again, the same things. It helps us to simplify the complex calculations, enhance the data visualization, and improves the accuracy. And for the plagiarism detection, because we know that many of the articles nowadays, they reject many of the things that we do it through the chat GPT. When we submit it along with the chat GPT drafting, so they reject it out clearly that you are using the AI tools. So here the many tools are there that we can do it even for reduction of that, and how to reduce the plagiarism also in the data that we are submitting. So Grammarly it checks for the plagiarism and the grammar errors, and zero GPT is one of the things that further we can utilize it once we complete the data through the chat GPT. Once we complete the draft, then we can run it through chat GPT. Zero GPT that will detect the AI generated text in research papers, and so the academic integrity is maintained, and as well as when we are using it again, so we will be able to phrase out all the things that can be done only with the AI data, that is through chat GPT, that can be removed out and that we can utilize it. So it can be considered as one of the plagiarism checker Grammarly tool. So it goes through billions of web pages and goes through all the plagiarism reports through that. So it can be utilized even for the plagiarism detection and as well as removal of the all the things that we have submitted in the drafts. Zero GPT, again the same thing. It will provide the tools that are genuine and original. So these two tools will help us to ensure that academic integrity, unintentional plagiarism improves the research quality. And so last thing is there, that is the research paper formatting and publishing. Once we have completed the data, now we want to publish it and we want to publish it out. So once we are publishing it, there also tools are there like Skyspace and the typeset. It automates the research paper
ನನಗೆ
formatting
ಯಾರು
and submission
ಹೌದಾ
preparation.
ಹ್ಮ್
It
ಅರ್ಧ
helps
ಅರ್ಧ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡ್
formatting
ಬರೋಣ
the
ಅಲ್ವಾ
research papers according
ಫುಲ್ಲ
to journal guidelines and citation styles. So these two tools can be utilized further for conversion for formatting the papers according to the journal specific requirements, and provides the instant, that is with the click of the button, as I've told earlier also, thousands of journal styles. We simply need to click a button, Skyspace will do all these things. Here links also I am sharing it over here, that the persons who are interested, they can also note it out. So it is ideal for students who need a quick and hassle-free formatting solutions before submission. And similarly is the typeset. So with a single click, it will be able to help us to format the things. The structured formatting and the minimal effort will be very useful for the students. So these are the things that I have talked to, like the integration of the how we can utilize it into the STSS or to the other projects. For the literature review, we can utilize connected papers or research with Rabbit. For writing and drafting, we can again utilize ChatGPT and also Quillbot. For the reference management like Zotero or Mendeley, or data analysis JASP or Orange. For the plagiarism checking Grammarly or Zero GPT. And for the formatting and publishing, we can utilize the Skyspace, and or otherwise we can utilize the Typescript. So these are the things that we can utilize. So this, but we should always keep a focus that these are the tools, and AI is definitely evolving. A lot of tools would have come by the time I present it out, which can also further can be utilized. That we should always be on the lookout on this thing. How AI, what are the various tools that we can utilize further that that can be incorporated while we are submitting anything. Second thing, these are the things that we are doing it over here in our practical labs, because we know that one of the columns that as per MCI guidelines is that early clinical exposure classes we should hold it. We are sending the students to various labs and various parts of the clinics. So there they observe many things, they note it down in their logbooks, and thereafter it is over. But we know if the things are not assessed, they are usually not going for the normal, for the long-term recall of the students. So how to make it better? So we thought that one of the things that we still, the things that I'm going to present it further are the things that these are the things that we can evolve further, or we are trying to further improvise our techniques. So we have created many of the graphs and charts of all the things. We show them all the cases, and then we take a few sample graphs and sample charts. And now we know we'll put them under the assessment in the practical exams. So like this, these are the ECG diagrams are there. We ask them to interpret all these things, and we assess all these things. So in this way, they are forced about it that okay, whatever we are reading it over here will be further put in the examinations, and we will be asked to further assess it. So these are a few examples that these are the students. So these the students will assess all these things. They will ask all the questions, and usually these are the things that we usually get in our clinical exposure also. Means the ICUs and other things or medicine boards. Usually the students the same things that they will be asked. For example, PFT, how to interpret PFT, we will give them a question, and then they will be asked further to evaluate it and then to respond it, and we are assessing them like that. Hematology reports we usually do, and also even the HRV or AFT reports also we do. Many of the AFT reports that we are generating in our labs, the all the PG students and as well as the UG students will be asked to evaluate it, and they will be, this is one of the timetables that we have just shared now with our students. You can see that along with the hematology and auspice and other viva and other things that these recordings, these are also assessed equally. They are given around 15 marks out of 100, and then they will be assessed. They will be asked to assess all these things. We usually put them into the two groups, and the auspice, they will be in two different groups, and they will be assessed after that. So this is how the thing can be utilized. If we assess all the clinical exposure that we are providing to the students, if we assess them, it will help them in the long-term retention of the memory. Third thing is the understanding the concepts. For example, through the collaborative crafting or the working, we give them the, we know about it, that these are the things that we were giving when I was working in BMMC also, even in JIPMER also, we were doing the same things. We used to give them that you create the arts and models. So we used to have many things that they were preparing it over here. But usually any of the things, the students, if we ask them to go for the didactic lectures and to go anything, so it will give them an information. But how many of them are attentive? They want to learn it and they want to listen to it. So the one of the things that I can say from the experience that we can share, I'm sure about it that many of you would have also felt it like that, that the students, that all the lectures that we are doing it, the clocking in of the hours, it goes with a simple sentence like mile wide but skin deep. We usually don't get that many of the students are not attentive, or many of the students they do not understand that what how the things can be acquired or how the things can be utilized for their practical knowledge. So how to provide it to the students? We thought about that we can give them the model, so that we used to provide, as I told you, even when I was an SR or even when I was a faculty member in previous institutes. So we used to give them. So we thought that we will give them the same thing, but in a different way. We will ask the students to prepare the working models, the dynamic models, and these learning or these will provide them the different arenas. Some of the students will be good in the art and craft, some others will utilize their previous physics principles, and some others will do in the crafting or the presentation part. So this will help us, the whole of the group, to go for the team learning, for the active learning, and through that they will acquire the higher order clinical skills. So we have submitted them and we asked them to appear in many of the conferences and many of the seminars. And through that, they also came into that, they also got a few prizes. It also helped them and it also motivated the students. So these are a few of the photographs that how the students were preparing all these things. And mind it, if you give them a task, if you don't assess it, it goes for the waste. The students, they will get to know from each other that these things have no use for our mark, for getting first over here in the class. So they usually don't get it. So we always used to assess it, and then further they it also used to help them to learn from each other, and in that way the atmosphere in the class was also better. So a few of the students will create the crafts and others will explain all the things to other students. In that way it helped our students to get the better dynamic understanding. It perhaps has added to their knowledge, and it has helped the students to get the higher order clinical skills. So in that way, the models like eye, if it is there, so it will not be an eye. How the eye moves, they will have to show. So in that way, the creation of the clinical things will also be utilized. And in that way, we used to give them all the students were given a faculty to understand it, all the things better, to guide it better. And the students they gave many of the feedbacks. From these feedbacks we can see it out that most of the students they found it very much that it was amenable for the deepest understanding of the concepts. So this was a part of the practical. So in the practical things, even only not only the mixing of many of the tests that we are doing it for hematology, the things they found it out that the things that out of 9 out of 10 students, you can see it overall that they found out that it was extremely good for them when all the things, and also they utilize the online sources for while making the models. So it helped them in the deeper understanding what is going on all over the world. So these are the few of the things. So the student said that we would like to say to it, and this is for the fourth year that we are doing it over here in AIMS Rajkot, and the students are quite happy about it. And the last thing is that the teaching of AIDCOM through the in the modules in the physiology through the peer assisted learning. So we know about it that the peer assisted learning, what is it? That the peers learn from each other's course material. So we thought that we can create a project in which we will tell them the 8 com parts that it is usually taught in a didactic way. If we can put it out in also in a model way, that the PAL can be also be utilized as one of the tools that will help them to study better the 8 com. 8 com will be taught in the same way, but it will be taught as a module in physiology, and in that way the academic support will be usually given. So these are the things we found out. To actually the objective of our study over here was to study the feasibility of use of peer-assisted learning for teaching of 8 module in physiology. So here we utilized and we gave them many of the things. So, but the results were really and alarming for us because the things we learned also while doing it out, we found out that the students really loved it out and they wanted to do it rather than from the teacher also, they want to learn from each other. The group dynamics also improved. So it is crucial for understanding the ethical implications of AI and ensuring the responsible use and minimizing bias. And also interactive dynamic model making can be utilized for higher order learning along with the peer assisted learning for higher dynamics. These are the things that I wanted to share out with you. I hope that many of the things would be of some use to most of the people. Thank you so much. Madam, I am done now. What can I do? I forgot to ask.
Yes. So thank you, sir, for your very informative session. So there's one query from our audience. Before we
Yes, ma'am.
submit our manuscript, we have to declare in journals that we have not used AI for data analysis.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
can we use Orange and JASP in our research papers?
I will say that as I told earlier also that the field is evolving. So, but one thing I will say that they can try to minimize the data that they are doing it. Just when Orange, they can do it out. They can weed it out all the negative things that are there through the use of the zero GPT. If they run it through zero GPT, so most of the AI driven data, how the AI works out, that can be removed out. But then again, they have to go through the AI tools that it can be, but the utilization of the AI tools can be definitely done while submitting it out. So the tools to remove all the things that are AI driven that can be reduced by utilizing other tools like I told zero GPT. That can be the whole of the draft can be run through the zero GPT. That will further reduce the that what are the sentences, how the AI actually reads out all the things that can be reduced. But final take is definitely from the journal where they are submitting.
Sir, we have two more questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please elaborate on peer-assisted learning for EdCom?
Ma'am, again, it is a huge
Yes, sir.
topic, so I thought that
Yes,
I
sir.
will sum it out over here.
Yes,
Peer
sir.
assisted learning. In fact, we chose one of the tools that in MCI that we know that we have that there is one tool where we have to choose out many of the parts. So in that we chose 2.1. Through that we made out in that talks about the 8com tools, how to utilize the 8com. So there we utilize peer reviewed that we gave them a task. So the many of the students, all those who volunteered, we asked the students that the group was formed, and through that good group forming, we many of them we asked them to submit a task. How to do it out? I think it will take around 30-40 minutes or so. I will definitely talk it out when we talk next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sure, sir. Dear participants, I would like to make an announcement here. Keep typing the queries for this first session. We would like to take them at the end of all the 3 sessions. So thank you so much, sir. So I think if time permits, you can just wait till all our 3 sessions are over.
Okay, ma'am. I'll see to it. I'll join in the middle also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks for calling.
Now I would like to introduce our next speaker for today's symposium, Dr. Manasi Bhattacharjee, who is professor and Department of Physiology at AIMS Guwahati, and Madam is also Dean Academics. Madam has more than 20 years of teaching and research experience. Her primary research interest lies in the field of neurophysiology of pain and endogenous pain relief systems. Recently, Madam has also started working in the field of environmental physiology. Besides this, Madam enjoys teaching and takes a keen interest in introducing innovative teaching learning methodologies in her day-to-day teaching. Not the least, Madam is also a nominated member of Task Force of National Academy of Medical Sciences to review undergraduate, postgraduate, and super specialty curriculum. Thank you, Madam, for accepting our invitation to be a resource person. Now, Madam will be talking about the topic on active learning strategies in physiology, enhancing student engagement and satisfaction. Over to you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. And I'll just start sharing my slide. And
Yes.
I also like to thank Dr. Vivek for his enlightening talk and the methodologies they're using at AIMS Rajkot. So for sharing, yeah. I hope it's visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. I'll just go for the slideshow. Slideshow is visible? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So basically, the topic I had chosen is active learning strategies in physiology, enhancing student engagement and satisfaction. From whatever, this is kind of what I'm going to say is totally from our experience, what we have been doing here and over the years. And I will I will have my talk under the following headings. One is introduction, ideal learning style, then components of engagement, the antecedents, challenges, and role of teachers, active learning strategies which have been suggested in literature, our experience, and addressing student satisfaction. So as for the introduction, it has been time and again, all of us who are in this field know that, as and also Dr. Vivek has just told, that there is a lot of evolution in the resources from where the students can learn. So there is a rise of digital tools, apps, and online platforms. It has transformed the education, but actually not all teachers are equipped to use this effectively. So we need to change and adapt. Plus, sometimes we struggle to connect with these Generation Z students due to the differences in attitudes, technology use, and their expectations. And the students of today, these Generation Z students, they prefer interactive tech-based learning. And while many of us have been educated in the more traditional tools, so it makes adaptation difficult. Nevertheless, there is a need to adapt to the new learning styles and integrate technology effectively and find innovative ways to engage students to overcome these challenges. Now, the consequence of these, whatever I have said till now, this boom of these resources, boom of technology, the generation gap, etc., what happens is that many of us would agree that there is a dwindling class attendance. In the many institutions face a decline in classroom attendance. There is a low student motivation many a time, and the students, we see that they focus on the exams and not on learning per se. That is, the students attend the classes for attendance and they come for that. So this actually it fails the very purpose of education, because the very purpose of education is learning and not just passing an exam. So saying this, I would like to go ahead and I will deviate a little from the topic also, in the way that, see, we have heard all the time, we have in all the conferences and any medical education seminars or symposiums, it has been told that there are various techniques and we discuss at length regarding the student engagement enhancing tools or active learning strategies like problem-based learning, case-based learning, team-based learning, flipped classroom. We have a session on flipped classroom also, and also simulation-based learning. These are like upcoming and people are trying to use, and many have used virtual reality-based learning, gamification, and micro-learning. Here, micro-learning is upcoming in a big way. What is micro-learning is that the attention span of these students is very low. So what we can do is that by use of social media platforms or any other platform which the students are interested in using, we can give small snippets, the important aspects of the topic, so that their memory, it gets consolidated in memory. So micro learning is a way, in a small way, after we take a lecture, we can actually, the key points, we can keep on sharing with the students in small forms of snippets or small videos or certain caricatures or cartoons, so that the main points, the key points, the must know points, they can retain and learn and understand in an enjoyable way. So micro learning is one new thing or upcoming thing which I came across. Now, before we delve into these kind of strategies to, engage in taking a problem-based session or whatever, it is very important to understand what is the ideal learning actually. So learning, how should it be? So especially in our medical curriculum, in medical education, learning should be an active process which promotes the lifelong learning. So here what happens? The learners construct their own understanding and acquire new knowledge by adding new information to existing knowledge. So they construct their own learning. It is an active process. But for this to be a success, the active learning process to be successful, student engagement is very crucial aspect. So now that means we need to understand the process of student engagement. Unless we understand the process of student engagement, no matter what tools we are using to teach or make the process, it will not be effective. So student engagement, we must understand, is a dynamic and a multidimensional concept consisting of behavioral, cognitive, and emotional components. So what are these components? So if we look at the behavioral components in a classroom, if the students are having some verbal participation, they are asking questions, or any non-verbal participation like eye contact or nodding, or even raising their hand and complying by the rules of the class, not talking in the class or coming on time. These are certain markers of the behavioral engagement of the student. In the same way, there are certain markers for the behavioral disengagement. So coming late for the class, interfering with others, disruptive behavior. So talking in class, if the student next to the student is paying attention, one student may just disturb the other. So that kind of thing, or non-participation also can be there. Non-participation means either the student is looking out of he's not disturbing others, but he's looking out of the window, or he is like sleeping maybe. So these are the markers of behavioral disengagement. Then we have got the cognitive engagement. Here, we can understand cognitive engagement like if the student has autonomous motivation, that the student comes from within, he comes with a duty to learn, he wants to learn. Substantive motivation means the student is so motivated to learn that the student does extra research, he studies extra, or use metacognitive skills to understand whatever is the course content. At the same time, cognitive disengagement, how it is seen? Suppose there is a controlled motivation. What does it mean? That the students come not to learn, but because it is the mandate of the course content or the curriculum, maybe attendance or it is mandatory, or a procedural engagement. They just come and they want to finish it off fast and go. So this, even if they are in class, but cognitively they are not at that level, they are not with us. So they are not engaged at this level. Then there is emotional engagement. The student have a feeling of relatedness or belonging to that particular session or particular class, and they come. And if they are positive, if they have some positive thought process, like they are happy or they are positive emotions, like they are happy or they are interested to engage in that class. emotional disengagement would be distancing. Sometimes what happens, the students feel that they are not part of the group. They cannot understand what is happening, or sometimes they are misunderstood by the teacher, or they just distance themselves away. And sometimes there are negative emotions like anxiety or any other things which may hamper with the engagement of the student. So what I mean to say is that before we delve into the particular methodology to teach anything, BBL, CBL, whatever we use, it is very important to understand the process of components of student engagement. Now, so this pattern in the class also, what has been seen in studies, that once the students are engaged or disengaged in one dimension, suppose they are not cognitively engaged, then it follows that they might be either emotionally or even behaviorally disengaged. So it follows a spiral suit, and it is a vicious cycle. And another thing is that the students' willingness to engage in the class is decided before the class, depending on their perception. This is known as the antecedents of engagement. So the course design, the study groups, the learning beliefs, the learning strategies, prior knowledge, tutor characteristics, these are the antecedents of engagement. So you can see that many of these are modifiable. We can definitely design the course in such a way. The study group, we can make fixed groups. We can change the groups if the students are not comfortable in that particular group. Learning beliefs, maybe we cannot change, it is non-modifiable, but it can be moldable to some extent. Prior knowledge also we cannot modify much. But the tutor characteristics, the teacher's knowledge, the teacher's engagement, the teacher's interest, this is definitely modifiable and plays a great role in engaging the students for the class. So, challenge in recognizing disengagement. It is very difficult to distinguish whether the student is actually engaged during your class or not engaged during your class. For example, nowadays they come with their tablets and mobiles in the class. So it is possible that a student is looking up something related to that class, but we think that he is distracted. So suppose we do incorrect judgment of the student's behavior, then it can increase disengagement. So the teachers play a very important role in stimulating student engagement. So what can be done? We can initiate the spirals of engagement. Means we should try to see that we know that it is a spiral manner, it's a vicious cycle. So we should try to engage, take the proper measures during the class to maintain the students' attention and engagement. Address the modifiable antecedents, which I told that we use a proper course design, we use proper learning strategies, we address the tutor characteristics. So this will also help to engage the students. And we focus on the intentions behind the student behavior instead of accusing them that you are not attending the class. They might be actually searching out certain things related to what you are saying. So we should be able to identify that and address that properly. So saying this, understanding the students' engagement, now we are ready to we should be ready to implement these student engagement enhancing tools which have been suggested in the literature. Now, in our experience during in AIMS Guwahati, during lecture hours, we have used problem-based lecture sessions, PBL learning sessions, flipped classroom sessions. During the small group discussion SGDs, we have formed fixed groups. We have tried forming the fixed groups in which there is a leader, there is a scribe, and we have tried to make a proper group dynamics among the groups and discuss. And we have also made certain students are poor in language expression, like they're from Hindi medium or something. So we have paired them with another student who is good, not having that problem. And this kind of things we have held. We have held debates. We have asked them to make questions like that. Then we have used AI tools for teaching. I will show just a snippet of that. And gamification we have used. And we have also just started using VR, virtual reality based practical. We are in the process of designing that. So in AI tools, we have in a small group discussion, we have given a particular topic, randomized them into two groups, and one group studied from the textbooks and one group studied from the various tools which are available. But the result is that most students favored a blended approach. They said that combining both the AI tools and the textbooks was useful, not only AI tools. So they want that human touch in that. But the process is that this entire process made the students totally engaged in the process of learning, and they were actively learning whatever was the topic. Then gamification also we have tried. So it applies the game elements or game framework to existing learning activities. So this promotes team spirit, team-based learning, and also promotes critical thinking and the soft skills of team spirit and peer learning. All these can be molded into this gamification activity. So this is what we have few of our experiences. Next, I would like to address the point of student satisfaction. All of us know that assessment drives learning, and a fair assessment provides a satisfying experience for the students. So, case-based questions are routinely we are giving in our theory paper. There is always 2 questions on case-based scenarios. Then, game-based assessments also may be tried. We are trying to design that. Objectively structured practical examination, of course, we are doing. Now we have tried objectively structured Viva examination because most of the students feel that the Viva literature also says that a Viva doesn't, traditional Viva doesn't give a full satisfaction to the student because they feel that the questions asked were not, they did not study or it was based on bias or whatever. So we tried objectively structured Viva examination OSV, where we had cards with different levels of learning, like knowledge and higher levels of learning. So the students had to choose the card and answer the questions. So we did both blended and traditional and OSV. But if you look at this experience, the students review, so most of the students like exams were fair. Most of them agree to that. Wide knowledge covered, then exams were very stressful. They did not agree. Then the students felt that the personality and social relations will not affect the OSV scores. 30 of them agree to that. Time at each patient. So basically, overall, the students liked this OSV, but it's a tedious process to develop the cards and do it. But anyway, the blended format was what we have suggested. So mean scores, although not much different, but it shows statistical significance. So in our experience, we need to address not only the teaching part, also learning itself and its assessment should also be satisfying to the student. So in conclusion, I would like to say that there is a need to understand the biology of student engagement and disengagement, which we often ignore. The process of to engage the students in a class, we must understand how the process evolves, why a student gets engaged or disengaged during a class to promote active learning strategies. And the teacher's role, as I already told, we should initiate the spirals of engagement, address the modifiable antecedents, focus on the intentions behind student behavior. Then we use a well-designed tools of active learning, and prior information to the students is also very, very important. We take them into confidence. Okay, look, we are going to do this kind of a class, and this is how you're supposed to participate, for example, in PBL or in a FCR session. Without the students' active participation and consent, nothing is going to work out. And we should also address student satisfaction. That is also very important, that students at the end of the day, they must feel that they have learned and they have been assessed to their satisfaction. So this is our team at AIMS Guwahati. With all of their help, we are doing whatever innovations we can do in the teaching physiology. And thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mansi Bhattacharjee. She has given a very active and engaging lecture on enhancing student engagement in classroom and satisfaction of students. Ma'am, it was a very insightful talk, and
thank you.
Thank you for sharing your experiences. As of now, there are no messages in the chat box, ma'am. If there are any queries, there is no. Can you suggest some free gamification or game-based assessment tools or resources available that we can use in our classes? Like, we want to know about some gamification or game-based assessment tool.
Yes, just a minute. Yes, there are many tools. Recently in Epicon, we had, as I said, it is a teamwork, and we have been using these tools with the help of my colleagues. I will just go through this. If I can share, can I share?
Yes, ma'am. Please do.
Yeah. Can you see this? One of my faculty members, Dr. Sundar, is into this gamification, and he has been suggesting these few popular development software that can be used for gamification. I hope it will be helpful for the person who has asked the question.
Ma'am, could you just put a slide show?
Sorry, yeah. Is it the slideshow is there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So you can take a screenshot of this and share it.
Dr. Ashwini, can you please take a screenshot of this? These are the various tools which are used for gamification. And any further details, we will share
Yes,
the
you can
email ID
contact
and we
us.
can pass on your questions to
Yes,
Dr.
sure.
Mansi.
You can contact us.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, there are no other questions, ma'am. Thank you for a very insightful talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we have our third talk by Dr. Manpreet Kaur. Dr. Manpreet Kaur is a professor in Vardhaman Mahavir Medical College and Safdarjung Hospital. She has done MBBS from D.Y. Patil Medical College, Pimpri, Pune, and MD Physiology from AIMS, New Delhi. And she has conducted a lot of national and international workshops. And he was an invited guest speaker for a lot of workshops, especially on cardiovascular physiology, and a few workshops on medical education also, innovative teaching methodologies, designing summative assessment to evaluate higher order learning, and active learning strategies for CBME challenges and solutions, uh, integrating cardiovascular physiology into clinical practice, vascular functions, integrative approach to cardiovascular health assessment. That's a few workshops to name, and team-based learning approach in undergraduate teachings in the national conference. 70th Annual National Conference of APPI. She has 8 research projects completed and 2 ongoing. And her area of interest is autonomic and vascular function assessment and medical education. She has 21 papers in indexed journals and 8 book chapters. And she has won a lot of prizes and academic excellence throughout her MBBS career course. And she has a lot of awards and honors to her credit. She is she's a member of 6 professional bodies, and on medical education, she has 2 research projects completed, 2 ongoing, published 3 papers related to medical education, and presented 2 works at IUPS China. Invited speaker for 4 talks on medical education, conducted 2 workshops on medical education technology, and presented Best Oral Presentation Award at ASSO PICON 2021. So with all this brief introduction, I would like to invite Dr. Manpreet Kaur.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'll just share my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. And I would like to, at the onset, thank the organizers who've come up with such a great idea of including a topic on medical education. So I think medical education is an area which actually requires a lot of commitment from us, and specifically the physiologists should be the torchbearers in this area, and actively bring out new teaching methodologies. And like the two previous speakers of the symposium have emphasized, what amazing work we could probably contribute to. I would be talking about one of the teaching strategies, which is flipped classroom, and its benefits and challenges. So I like to begin with the story. Now, this is a story of three friends, an owl and a monkey and the elephant. So the monkey and elephant are fighting to find out who amongst them is better. So the wise owl comes out with a plan. So she tells them, okay, the one who crosses the river and gets the golden fruit for me will be the better amongst both of you. So now the monkey can easily climb tall trees, but he cannot cross the river, while the elephant can stride through the river, but he cannot climb up the tree. So both of them realize that if they have to fulfill this task, the only way to go about is the teamwork. So they go together and they get the fruit for the owl. And then who is the winner? It's the teamwork. So this emphasizes why peer-assisted learning and team-based learning approaches, which are active in nature, are so important for engaging our students and bringing better outcomes. So I would be talking about the concept of a flipped classroom. What exactly is a flipped classroom? I would be comparing it to a traditional lecture. Then what are the benefits of flipping? I would be sharing our experience with flipped classrooms at our college. What were the challenges and the probable solutions to it? So with the competency-based undergraduate curriculum being followed in all throughout India, which was implemented in 2019, there is utmost emphasis of using active learning strategies for teaching. Flipped classroom is one of the highly established active teaching learning methodology used worldwide. So that is why, and now currently NMC gives us objectives for physiology, where at least 10 topics NMC has suggested where we should be using flipped classroom for teaching undergraduate students. So what exactly is a flipped classroom? It's also known as an inverted or a reverse classroom. So what is basically done during this teaching module is, before class, the student is provided with learning material. Now, this learning material could be in the form of videos. It could be, written material given to the student, or he could be asked to read a chapter of a particular book. During the class, the teacher does not give a didactic lecture, but here they are divided into groups. And they are basically, there is peer-assisted learning happening at the same time. So these groups are given problems to solve. So each group solves a problem, comes up with a solution, and the teacher is just acting as a facilitator during the class time. This is followed up by after-class activity, where they are given certain competency-based assignments or could be higher order problem solving. So this is exactly what a flipped classroom is. So what are the 4 key elements of flip? F stands for flexible environment, L is for the learning culture, I is for intentional content, and P is for professional educator. So what do you mean by flexible environment? Now here you're giving a pre-learning material to the student before he comes up for your class. So this material is the student can go through at a comfortable place, at his own pace. He can rewind the video, forward it, pause it, read it till the time he wants to, and then get back to it later on. So this is giving him the flexibility of learning at his own pace. Second is the learning culture. Now here the student is changing from a passive receiver of a didactic lecture to an active person who is not only learning before the class, he's interacting during the class to solve problems, and he's going back and using this knowledge further. So this is indirectly teaching the student to use his knowledge, apply the knowledge, critically analyzing the higher order critical skills that Sir talked about. So this is what we are focusing at. We are developing a learning culture in the student, lifelong learning nature. in our Indian medical graduate by using such active learning strategies. Next is intentional content. Now, intentional content means that the content of the entire teaching module has to be curated, designed, validated before you actually deliver it to the students. So the pre-learning material, the quality of the pre-learning material, it has to be produced by the teachers, then validated. Last time, the application exercises which we are going to use for the students, they should also be validated and to find out whether they are good enough to achieve your order learning. I hope I'm audible because my internet connection was showing unstable. The next aspect of intentional, so this is the intentional content of a flipped classroom. The last part is professional educator. Now, in a didactic traditional lecture, what is the teacher? It's a teacher-driven learning, giving them a lecture. And most of us, with a classroom of more than 100 students, we have students with their iPads, their smartphones. They're not even interested in looking at the teacher and listening to them. So then the lecture does not deliver what we are supposed to deliver during that time. But here now, our role is shifted to a facilitator. That means in the teams, when they're interacting with each other, we are giving them constant feedback. We are directing them to, reach their end goal of achieving the solution to the problem and helping them interact better. So our role is converted from an instructor to a facilitator. At the same time, we professionally design the entire module so it gives us higher skills of becoming a professional educator. So that's what a flipped classroom is about. So how is it different from a traditional lecture? Now, all of us have experienced the traditional lecture. We had been taught in that particular format, and we had been teaching the students in that particular format as well for years. So in a traditional lecture before class, few of us who are extremely motivated might read through a topic for the lecture, but most of us don't even know what the lecture is going to be about. But during the flip, you are giving them highly interactive material, which the student really is motivated to read through before the class and then come for the class. Then during the class time, in a traditional lecture, the students might listen to your lecture, while in a flipped classroom, they are actively engaged, learning from each other, learning in a group, and getting a constant feedback from the teachers. After class time, few of the students might go back and read on the topic further, but most of them do not go and think beyond the topic. While during the flip, because they learned so much during the class, they learned important concepts, they solved problems, they might be motivated to go back and read more through the topic and use it for real life situations, what they learned during a physiology lecture. So if you compare a lecture versus flip in terms of Bloom's taxonomy of cognitive learning, you would see that a traditional lecture during the class time is able to focus on the lower domains of learning, which are important because they are the foundation of your learning, higher order learning, right? But during flip, this part is taken care by the pre-class material which is provided to the students beforehand, so that they are able to, get important facts about the topic, basic concepts which they can easily gauge on their own, and probably some levels of application as well. In a traditional lecture, the higher order learning is left to the individual's capacity, whether he wants to go back and read more, understand more, analyze more, it is up to the child. But during the flip, we ensure that they are using and achieving these higher order skills by analyzing questions, solving problems, and using their analytical skills. So what are the benefits of flip? As we discussed, flips is highly engaging for the students because in groups, they are solving problems together, they're learning from each other, they are interacting, they're also developing communication skills and working in a group, which are soft skills which they are achieving through the flipped classroom. It is leading to higher order learning. We are focusing on higher order learning domains during the class time and helping them solve problems. And at the same time, this entire learning module is making them responsible for their own learning. So they are developing a lifelong learner attitude. They are also given pre-class material which they can read at their own pace. So it is also allowing self-paced learning to occur for the students. So it has numerous benefits. That is why it is one of the most recommended active learning methodology throughout the world. But why so its application still is so limited in medical education, especially in Indian medical colleges? So we conducted a study to establish the use of FCR module for teaching in large classroom settings, because most teachers feel that in a group more than 100 students, if they are there, it's difficult to conduct a flipped classroom and to assess its objective effectiveness as a TLM. So these were the steps that we followed for a flip. Pre-class preparation was done. Class time we designed certain activities for class time, and then post-class assessment and feedback was taken. So first step when we thought of a flipped classroom was planning and preparation. So I'll be discussing all these steps because whenever you have to conduct a flipped classroom, probably you will be undergoing the same process. So discussing this process would make it simpler for you and doable as well. So first thing was planning and preparation, which was a lot of brainstorming for the conductors of the study because it involved a lot of steps which had to be done. So the first thing we had to think was the topic. Now this has become easy because NMC itself in the new objectives of NMCs has given 10 topics where they suggest you should be conducting a flipped classroom. But when we conducted this particular study, there were no such guidelines at that time. So first thing was what topic should be selected. So we wanted a topic which was important in terms of both physiology as well as its clinical application later on. And it required active concept building so that we could motivate the students more and it had benefit for them as well. We choose a topic of hemostasis for conducting this flipped classroom, and what the students' feedback was the topic, they thought it was too long for a flipped classroom. The second aspect that we had to, actually plan was the time logistics. When should we give the pre-class material so that they get sufficient time to go through it? When should be the pre-class assessment done so that, we are sure that they've gone through the material and then we do a pre-class assessment? And how long should be the class time so that, the students are able to discuss the problems and come up with a solution during the class time? So we had to, think about all these logistics. And as the teachers involved in the flipped classroom module gave us a feedback, the time management during the class time to ensure that they were discussing sufficiently and coming up with the solution was a major issue that they faced. In terms of study material, we had to, for the particular topic, we had to design specific learning objectives that had to be achieved. We decided to go through use a pre-recorded video as a pre-class material because it's the most validated resource for a flipped classroom. And this video was created and then further validated by subject experts. And the feedback that we got was that the students found the single video that we shared to be too long. So probably next time we could have 2 short videos for a flipped classroom. 74.1% students were satisfied with the pre-class material, but teachers had higher level of satisfaction, maybe because they were the one who created the material. But the pre-class material had a scope for improvement. In terms of assessment, the question was what kind of assessment should be used after or before and after a flipped classroom. And the assessment should be in line with the specific learning objectives. And we wanted an assessment module which covered all domains of learning, not only the lower order of learning, but also the higher order of learning. So the results that we got for assessment was after the flipped classroom, the class average score increased, that most students had better understanding of the concept after a flipped classroom. And the most gratifying results was that the poor performers had the maximal improvement. Now, this is very important because mostly what happens is the students who are motivated to learn, either way in a traditional lecture also they will perform. But for students who are not learning or who are not reading through before, even they showed improvement after a flipped classroom module. So the feedback from the students were they were less satisfied with the assessment strategy that we followed, which was a blended form. We had MCQs, short answer questions as well, and some open-ended questions as well. But the teachers were more or less satisfied with the assessment form that we had used. The next preparation that we had to do was for the application exercises. What do we do during the class time to engage the students? So these application exercises had to be on higher order learning skills only. We decided to use a concept map. We had clinical based questions for the students to solve and come up to a solution. And we also included the attitude, ethical communication module in this particular flipped classroom mode. So that because these are soft skills which are very essential for the medical graduates. And like sir mentioned, peer assisted learning is one of the most beautiful way of teaching them this particular topic rather than a lecture, which is extremely boring. So we decided to include an AdCom module where we gave them a situation where a sickle cell anemia patient comes up to the doctor, his parents come and they discuss their problems. So what is an advice the doctor is giving to them, the way he would be giving them advice. So this was one of the interactive exercises that we included in a flipped classroom. So this was the star of the event. Unanimously, the students as well as the teachers liked the application exercises, and they were thoroughly enjoyed. So this was the timeline of conduction of the entire module that we had conducted. And the feedback from both the students and the teachers was FCR was extremely time consuming and involved extra effort. At the students' end, they had to go through the pre-class material, have interactive class time, and also give assessment. So it involved extra time and extra effort from them. And for the teachers, obviously, to design such a meticulously planned and validated content and, execute the class time and give them feedback. So it all involved extra effort and time from the teachers' end as well. So if you look at the class time, we used an individual readiness assessment test. Now, this is basically for an individual accountability of the student, how much he has gone through the pre-class material. And this basically essentially has questions focusing on the domains, which are the foundation for the application exercises. So the IRAT score of most students was good in our class. TRAT is a team readiness assurance test. After they're divided into teams, the same questions are given to the team and then they solve it as a team. And the results were slightly improved, but as the students were already had a very good score, the improvement was not statistically significant. In the interactive discussion sessions where they were giving problem solving exercises and they had to solve it as a group, ensuring the group dynamics, that means everyone in the group was participating, was a difficult task because there were students who are introvert, who do not come up with the answers, do not participate in the discussion. Ensuring the class discipline, that means all of them are talking about the topic. That is also a very difficult task for the teachers, and managing the time at the same time. But overall, the class time was a highly fruitful session for both the teachers and the students. So when we took a post-class feedback from the students, in the Likert scale 5 being maximum, most of the feedback was good. The pre-class material had a scope for improvement, as well as when we frankly asked them whether they prefer a flipped classroom over the traditional lecture, the students were still, not very sure if they would prefer having only a flipped classroom. So this was the feedback of the students. Then in terms of material, we took their feedback again about the different kinds of material involved in a flipped classroom module. The feedback was positive. The pre-class material and the assessment mode was given 3.6 and 3.96 out of 5. So there was still a scope of improvement in these two parts of the flipped classroom. Teachers' feedback was also optimistic. When we took the reflection of the students of how they liked the flipped classroom module, many students found it good and felt that it basically reached deeper learning concepts than a traditional lecture. They wanted more flipped classroom sessions. They felt it was highly interactive and helped them to communicate with their peers. But at the same time, we also had students who felt that the session was difficult, it was long. The topic you should have a traditional lecture and then have a flipped classroom on the same topic. And some people were not able to interact in the groups because they probably did not get a chance. But That is what they gave us a feedback, and they felt that the flipped classroom module should have a longer duration for class time. In terms of assessment, we have formed the assessment module focusing on all domains of cognitive learning. As we saw, the scores had improved and better performance was observed in the low performers as well. So what are the challenges of flip? So challenges of flipped classroom are of multiple levels. They can be divided into pedagogical challenges, like how does the student prepare before the class? The student does not find your video good enough, then he will not go through it. So you have to ensure that the pre-class material is highly engaging. You could even put certain interactive questions in between and give a real-time feedback to the student, so that your material is so engaging that he's motivated to go through it. Some feel that the student will not be able to get help out of the class. That means in the pre-class material, if there is a doubt, what does he do about it? But like you must have seen that in our flipped classroom module, the first part was clarification of doubts. So if the student has any doubt during the pre-class related to the pre-class material, in the class time, the facilitator will first clarify the doubt before he gives them problem-solving exercises. But these days, this is not an issue because students themselves are interacting with each other through interactive discussion groups. Email is a mode. WhatsApp is another active mode where people discuss. So they could discuss their doubts. Some people feel that the instructors, how do you ensure that the student has watched the video before he comes for the class time? So like we had a pre-class assessment to ensure that the student reads before he comes for the class. We had an individual readiness assurance test. These days, most colleges use the learning platforms, which give them real-time student engagement statistics. How much the video was observed by the student? Did he actually go through the video? These are all stats which we can get through the LMS that we use. Some people feel the effects of flipped method are not long-lasting. Like most of us discussed, it's the blended learning that we should be looking at. The entire curriculum obviously cannot be flipped. So you can flip it for some topics. You could have other forms of learning for other topics and make it a highly engaging learning environment for the students. There could be implementation issues, like at most places, space constraints could be there. Internet facilities could be hindering services, and other things like resource faculties that are available, the senior residents which are available. These are all could be limiting factors for conducting a flipped classroom. There could be certain barriers at the level of students. Like we saw, most feel it's highly time consuming and the workload increases for the student. But it's important that our students are adults. So they should know why we want to conduct a flipped classroom. What is a flipped classroom? How would it actually help them? So bringing them in the learning process and holding their hand initially, to motivate them to use this particular module and being open to their opinions and telling them that this will help them develop a lifelong learning attitude would help us overcome most of the barriers at the level of students. And I don't think our students have any problem with technology because most of them are very tech friendly. So that is not a limiting factor for the students anymore. There could be barriers at the level of teachers. Again, higher workload and time consuming process to make a flipped classroom module. But it's an initial time commitment that you have to do. But once you create a data bank and keep validating over a period of time, it is a highly fruitful session which the teachers will extremely enjoy. It could be difficult to manage the class time, for which we need to have, the only way to do it is to get effective training, sharing of your experiences, doing it for the first time, getting a feedback and improving it for the next time. And probably we could have educational at all colleges. Now NMC prescribes to have a medical education technology unit. So if you create a data bank, you could have resources and you can keep doing it better and better next time. Then there could be technical issues like ensuring good quality of videos where you could get help from your technology, the medical education unit at your place. And other technology related competency could not a difficulty at the level of students, but probably a difficulty at the level, maybe at the level of teachers. So that can also be overcome by training. and infrastructure could be provided by the respective colleges where we are trying to conduct a flipped classroom module. There could be miscellaneous challenges like lack of institutional support. Here, obviously, we need infrastructural support from the institute in terms of the space where the flipped classroom has to be conducted, the technological support for it and all that. And certain things to ensure that the pre-class material is, like we discussed, how to ensure a good quality pre-class material, how to ensure a good assessment module. But like you saw, there is no one way to go about it. Conduct it for the first time, get feedback, improve it further, and try it for the next time. That's the way to go about it. And probably formative assessment is the way to go, where the student is, getting the pre-class material assessment, some form of assessment is there itself. And then during the class time also, some form of formative assessment is there, which will help the student to learn and remember better. So with this, I would say that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And with power comes responsibility. So that is the responsibility that we have to use this particular mode of teaching to make it highly interactive, active for the student so that they learn better. Thank you. That's it from my end.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manpreet.
Thank you.
That was a very insightful presentation. Yeah. Any questions from the audience?
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Pratibha, Professor and Head Physiology from Sri Ramchandra Medical College. I have a question. Before my question, thank you, Doctor. It was one of the best lectures that I've heard recently, primarily because I think you have applied what you have spoken in the first half. Have you published this work, Doctor? I would really like to, read it at length and share it with my colleagues and PGs also. We've been recently trying to. Could you please, share the details with us in the chat window?
Yes, ma'am. I'll just share it with you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and it was an excellent presentation where you have covered in depth all the challenges and the benefits. We've recently tried 2 sessions. And I could agree with you on almost all notes. Thank you so much, Doctor. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your excellent feedback. Thank you.
So, thank you, everyone. Dr. Manpreet, you can share the papers with us. We will circulate among the participants that we can do so that it will benefit everyone.
Yeah, I'll just share it with you.
Yeah. And we have dropped the our email ID, appbelgambranch@gmail.com. If any one of you still have any doubts, you can put your doubts there in the email. We will forward this to the esteemed speakers for today's symposium, and then we'll get back with your queries and answers. So with this, we come to the end of today's online symposium on integrated teaching and physiology. So respected speakers, participants, and my dear team here, it's a privilege for me to propose the vote of thanks for today's session on behalf of APPI Belgaum branch. And on my own behalf, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers for their invaluable contributions. A special thanks to Dr. Vivek Sharma sir, Dr. Mansi ma'am, and my dear friend Manpreet for graciously accepting our invitation and sharing your time and expertise with us. Your insightful presentations have greatly enriched our understanding of innovative approaches in physiology education. I also sincerely thank all the participants for your active engagements, which made this session truly interactive and meaningful. And a big appreciation to my organizing team and all the technical support for ensuring the smooth execution of this event. We look forward to staying connected and fostering future academic discussion. I'll end my vote of thanks. But before that, I would also like to thank my program coordinator, Dr. Seema Kamreddy ma'am, and Dr. Sheetal Patanjeti ma'am. Both of them have graciously accepted to chair this session. I thank you, both of you, on behalf of whole APPI Belgaum branch ma'am. And thank you one and all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. चलेगा. Thank you.
मार्च अप्रैल में नहीं
Yes.